Good afternoon, 44 Trading Room. How are you today? Hi, team. Hi, Clifton. Hi, Scott. Hi, Guidance Room Traders. Hi, Banzai. Have not seen you for a while. I hope you're doing great. Okay, guys, let's just see what did happen yesterday on the market. Hope the sound is okay. If not, please just let me know. Um, Market was surprising yesterday. It surprised me, not on the pleasant way. I had a red day, which, as you know, it's quite quite rare to hear. But I had a red day, not a huge red day, because I was quite cautious with the share size. As I've told you, I stayed on the cautious side all day long. But unfortunately, I've heard what DVG was telling as well. He was on the bears side as well after this geopolitical tension. He thought that the market is going to go lower, and completely the opposite has happened. Well, hopefully this threat, it was like just that, and it's not serious from Russia side, as you know, or well, not for Russia, because it was just Putin. Of course, it's just sent some stock exchanges lower, but not the U.S. stocks traders, especially the triple Q just made a huge green day indeed. I think it's mainly thanks for NVDA, because, as you know, just the big day for the NVDA just has arrived. So after the market close, the NVDA is going to release earnings. So please just be careful and be aware of that. Thank you, Clifton. Yes, and as always, if you have any questions regarding the tax accounts, the new terms, conditions, everything like that, please just let me know. I'm more than happy to answer you. I got some emails again. I'm going to answer you after the trading. Okay, so I hope everyone had a great and green Tuesday, and we just going to continue with another one. As I've told you, unfortunately, I was not on the green side, but this is the part of trading. Actually, when I have a red day, then I'm always just remembering myself as well. I mean, let myself remember, and you as well. I was just talking in the guidance room about that. That what are the common mistakes when the red day is just kicks off, and definitely it can throw the trader off the balance. And well, my typical mistakes in the past, it was like revenge trading with higher share size to get back the loss sooner and not later, and so on and so on. So I just somehow warned everyone there not to fall in that trap either. Hi Lee, good morning to you. Nice to see you. Okay, as I see, Scott's list is out already. But before we just dig deep into the stocks, because we have some, let's just see how the market, or what the market is doing. Banzai, I didn't like doing well. Maybe sometimes. I see. So nice of you. I hope your parents are doing okay. Okay, I'm just going to go to the guidance room and we can chat a little bit. Okay, traders. Now let's see. As you can see, the SPY, Triple Q, both of them just made a nice green day yesterday. Not the Dow, though. I mean the Dow Jones. It was red. I was surprised. So did DVG, because until this breakout, until this specific breakout on the market, which actually happened after 10 o'clock, 10:20, something like that. Until this point, I must tell you, I've seen on the price action, we've seen like a bit higher lows, but no higher highs, because it's just was consolidation on the market until like 10:20, 10:27, and I've just seen the breakout. Indeed, the volume, it showed not a big steam for the bulls, but neither for the nor for the bulls, neither for the bears. So it was hard to decide. But just because of the geopolitical tension and the fact that everything went down, I thought that might the market will continue lower. It has not happened, as I've told you. Even the um, other thing just happened. I mean, totally went higher, and not only the NVDA and the tech stocks helped this rally of the market higher, but the Bitcoin as well. Bitcoin just reached a new all-time high, traders. Actually, even it did break a new all-time high for today. Already, I mean, printed. I'm just telling you the new all-time high of the Bitcoin is 585. This is so 94,585, the official new high for the Bitcoin. I'm going to watch coin today for sure, Mara, and so on. On the economic side, we will get crude oil inventories at 10:30. Before that, 10 o'clock, lots of FOMC member speakers, which I must tell you, maybe it's going to be a bit risky for the bulls for today. So let's be careful and be aware of that fact that three FOMC members are going to speak during the market hours. I'm just going to tell you soon who are they. The first one is going to be Barr. Yeah, Barr going to speak at 10 o'clock, followed by Cook at 11, and Bauman going to speak at 12 and 15 p.m. as I see. So far, this is how it does look like. And please be careful around that time for sure. Europe, it's up also some worrying news regarding the trading side. Indeed, European central banks warns of trade tension risks to Eurozone financial stability. So that's quite of not a good news for the European Union, but so far European markets are higher. Even the Chinese stocks, as I've seen last time, it was in the green. Let's just see. By the way, European stocks just got a quite of a hectic day. Started in a bigger green, now they're pulling back. And Asia, Hang Seng stayed in the 0.21% green, but Nikkei is down. And crypto, as I've told you, it's very strong. It's just reaching new all-time highs again. And crude oil is fighting with the $70 level. Small rebound on the oil and crude oil inventories we are expecting at 10:30. So be careful with the oil stocks if you like trading it. Gold, it's pulling back a little bit into the green, and the futures are quite green, as I've seen even the SPY and triple Q. Also, I don't see let's call it an extreme bullish sentiment in the pre-market. Let's see what's going to happen after the opening bell. And VDA is here, of course, lots of guessing what's going to happen after market hours with NVDA. It's going to beat the expectation, doesn't beat what's going to be with this Blackwell, or what? How is it called? This chip. I always forgot the name. I'm not too much into these gadgets, but you know it was overheated and caused some problems. So this part of the earnings is going to be closely watched by the investors too. And also we have already some earnings stocks released with TGX, TGP, NEO, and so on. CMCSA, Comcast had some news yesterday after market close, which is moving the market. I've seen Scott just put it on his list as well. I just missed the news here. I just seen somewhere, but I forgot. Comcast is spinning off most of its cable TV networks. It's a win for shareholders. So Comcast can be one of our long. Williams Sonoma earnings out as well. Bitcoin hits all-time high just in the headlines here. And of course, it's just waiting for a continuation as I see. International news, as I've told you, the European Central Bank worrying a little bit, and not just because of that, but still of the Trump tariffs. Indeed, as well. What else? UK inflation surges above Bank of England 2% target, curbing December rate cut expectations, which is here. Japan export rise more than expected in October, rebounding from 43 months low. This is a kind of a good news for the Japan, for the country itself. And I would say that's it. So no huge news indeed. Thank God, not no ugly news like yesterday before the market opened. Okay, traders. So actually, the big question is whether this hype in NVIDIA or this hype around NVIDIA and the big expectations which are still fueling the AI NVIDIA rally, it's going to let's call it exaggerated today, like going further, or rather before the big moment which is going to happen after market close for NVDA, the investors and traders are going to be on the cautious side and not push it so much to the upside. At the moment, if we just check the NVDA, by the way, it's very close to an all-time high, very close to this 150 level, and definitely it can be a quite of a great continuation as well. But you know exactly earnings are always 50-50. So even with, for example, I'm just telling you an example, it beat the numbers, but there is some concerns about the sales or because of the tariffs maybe coming back, and so on, because this is going to impact not just the Chinese stocks, but the US stocks as well. And then in this case, maybe some pullback can happen. So as I've told you before yesterday as well, especially in the guidance room, I would not buy neither short the NVDA before market earnings or earnings report after market close, but it's your decision. Okay, guys, now let's just move quickly to the big movers. And please, if you have any questions, any candidates on your side for the day, please just share it with us in the chat because it's very much appreciated. Hi, David. Good morning to you. I've just seen he just joined the party. Okay, target is the first one, TGT. Shares plunged more than 17%. Ouch, that's painful for a shareholder. After Minneapolis-based retailer missed third quarter earnings and revenue estimates and even slashed its full year guidance. Double bad news. Wow, this seems like it can be a great short candidate. I'm sure it's on Scott's list already. Oh yeah, it's down to 130 level. This is a huge mover, as you can see, especially nowadays. We are getting used to this huge gaps, upside or downside, especially around earnings. So I'm going to move it just to the secondary list or the short list, sorry. Okay, hi Jim, good morning to you. Nice to see you. Hope you had a nice day yesterday, but as I've heard you had, now I'm always listening to the main room as well. Okay. And I had a red day. Imagine, I had a red day. I can't believe that. It's so rare, but I had it. It's okay. Now, traders, long CMCSA, as I've told you, some good news on the stock, short TGT, and we have a little bit more here to go with. Comcast, it's higher 2%. NBC Universal said it will spin off its cable assets, including CNBC and MSNBC, into a separate publicly held company. This is a good news. Yeah, don't think so. Okay. All right. Data Airlines, the Atlanta-based carrier fell more than 1%, reiterating its outlook for the fourth quarter. So DAL at the moment it's moving a bit lower. Let's see how does it look like on the daily, whether it's eligible for or oh yeah, it is. It is. It's a bit extended, I think, to the upside. Look at that. That's just actually a straight line from 37 to 64 now. Also, look at the pre-market. It's quite of interesting because at the moment it's recovering from that kind of loss and up 2 point or not up a little bit to the downside. But let's see how much. It was just Bitcoin on my list, 1% lower. Okay. Well, actually, just because of the fact that it's not a good news for the stock. Second, overextended. I'm going to put it on the short list as I see even Scott has it on the short list. NEO 2% lower, Chinese electric vehicle maker posted lower than expected, but I think NEO it's around $5, even less. I have not checked this. Oh wow, yeah, even less. If you like this little stock to trade, then please just be aware of that it's under $5. Might it cannot be shorted, but at the moment it's definitely weak, more than 4% lower, huge volume down. Dolby Laboratories here as well, 15% higher. DLB after the audio technology company quarterly results topped the Wall Street expectations. So DLB can be one of our longest or so. I'm not sure whether the pre-market no, pre-market volume, daily average volume, very low traders. Unfortunately, I like it. I really would like to see that on my long list, but I'm afraid it's going to be quite of risky because of the spread. So I'm not going to put it on my list because of that. Robinhood, it's higher, extending Tuesday's gains on Wednesday. Needham upgraded the stock. The financial services platform said it's acquiring trade PMR for about $300 million to boost its advisory capabilities. So that's nice for Hood. Hood at the moment it's higher with 5%. For me, it's quite extended. Let's just put it to the long side, but let's be careful with this one. It's way extended. Also, it's still just $35, so it still can go. But overall, the big picture is extended. Keysight Technologies, which is higher with 9%, following a better than expected fiscal fourth quarter results. Keys. Let's see how does it look like on the pre-market volume side. Very low volume despite or compared to the fact that this is a $167 stock now. I'm just going to move it to the secondary list if you like it, but be careful with that spready. It can be extremely spready because of the lack of the volume indeed at the moment. Might it's going to speed up on the volume side. In this case, of course, I'm going to watch it too. APP, AppLovin, 2% higher. Piper Sandler initiated research coverage of mobile app developer with an overweight rating. Nice. So let's see if AppLovin can be on our long list. Oh my goodness, that's a bit more than extended. This is super duper extended now. Still 2% higher. Very strong. I don't like the daily. I mean, wow. Okay, but even if the market, you know what, it continues this crazy run. Oh, it's back. 0.01 for the triple Q and 0.04 for the SPY. It was 0.30 when I just checked the, okay, market is pulling back, so be careful. In this case, applying just to the secondary list traders. Kev, SMCI, oh yeah, after two big green day, do you think it's the time for a small pullback? And yes, Mike, you are right, but don't forget that this just tumbled a lot on some concerns of delisting, and 3 days ago, it just got such a good news, but really, really good news that might this is just a temporary pullback. Also, I agree with you that at the moment it's weak and looks like as a pullback. But listen, I just found a news here. Shares moved 2% lower after soaring 31% yesterday. The server maker announced it hired BDO as its new auditor, we know that, and submitted plan to the Nasdaq stock market outlining how it will comply with listing requirements. So you know what? I'm sure there are still, even if they hire this shiny bright company, I'm still not sure that the risk is over for them. So maybe because of that, it can be an interesting play for today. I'm just going to put this symbol to the secondary list on the SMCI. Vivian, nice to see you. Good morning to you. Okay, next one, Powell Industries. It does not goes anything with Jerome Powell. This is another. This is an electrical equipment company. Fell 13% indeed, and the reason for that, new orders in the fiscal fourth quarter fell to a lot indeed. So POW and L. Let's see if we can short that stock indeed. And at the moment, quite of a low pre-market volume here as well, but I love the daily. I give the chance for this stock unless it's not going to be extra spready. But POWL looks like a great one to the short side. Okay. Next one, Netflix shares gained 1%. Then Netflix, I remember DVG, you tried to short it. Actually, I was just watching it all day to find a shorting point, but then I see that this is just going higher. It's not going to go anywhere else, just higher. But now it's just shared another 1% after Netflix said that the boxing match last week between former heavyweight champion Mike Tyson and Jake Paul drew 108 million global viewers, sorry, making it most streamed global sporting event ever. So let's see if the Netflix still has some steam to go higher. Actually, for me, I completely agree with DVG, and I think if Yogi would be here, he would just say that, oh my God, I need to short this stock. But at the moment, it's very strong and might. It's heading to 900. I don't know. Next, next run number can be a possible goal here for the stock. Also, I think it's extra super duper extended. I'm just going to put it to the secondary list. Hi, Martins. Nice to see you. Hope you had a nice green week so far. Okay, Keysight, Robinhood, Dolby, Neo, we have everything here. Of course, NVDA, we are not allowed to forget NVDA for today. I'm sure it's going to be hectic. I'm not sure whether it's going to be pushed higher. At the moment, it's green, slightly green, and the market just pulled back to red territory traders. Surprisingly. So let's be careful with that. I'm just going to put Roku to the short side as well because it's down a lot, 7%. I've seen GLBE, which was another stock, earnings stock, and I'm going to keep an eye on AI. Had a big run yesterday. I'm not sure it's going to continue, but GLBE and ZIM integrated. It's still on my long list. Both of them just got some earnings. GLBE yesterday after market close, and ZIM, I think it was today. So GLBE also a bit too much to the upside 12%, but looks interesting for the long side. And I'm going to watch either the CIM integrated as I've told you. And I'm going to closely follow the price action of the market. 10 o'clock, as I've told you, ZIM very nice and strong. I like it. I'm going to watch or listen, not listen, but be aware of the FOMC member speakers. 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12:15. Okay, this is going to be the news. Hi, Carlos. Nice to see you. I read your email. No time yet to answer, but I'm very, very happy for your improvement. Just continue like that, please. Okay, guys, I'm just moving to the guidance room. As always, I'm going to stay there for an hour. Trading or a bit more. Let's see how the trades are going to play out. Hopefully better than yesterday. I wish you a beautiful green start of the day and end, of course, as well. And please don't forget, if you have any questions regarding the TEFS accounts, I'm here for you, but not only for that, you know exactly, I'm here for you to help in anything trading psychology related. So have a nice one, traders.
Traders to the 44 trading room. Welcome to a Wednesday today? Yeah, Wednesday, middle of the week hump day. Great to be here. A decent day yesterday. Just not a big deal. 4 trades, but profitable day, or 3 trades yesterday, and then the 7 trades on Monday. 10 profitable trades in a row. We'll try to increase that today on this Wednesday. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here this morning. Thank you to everybody on YouTube, our social media selected channel, and thank you for being part of the greatest trading room on the planet. We're here to serve each and every day. We trade the morning session only. Today should be a great day. A lot of volatility in the market. We'll get into that and more as we kick off this day and get into this day here today. Thanks for joining us here in the room. We'll say good morning to everybody here in just a moment, but let's get this day cranked up and ready to rock and roll today. DVG will be here today. You just heard from Aggie. Clifton is here as well, and we'll talk about the futures here in just a moment. But let's start off with the Asian markets in the overnight session, where we saw the Nikkei fall 62 points. Hong Kong Hang Seng up 41, Shanghai and China up 22. Europe still in session, all green across the board. German DAX up 57 points. FTSE in the UK up 8.62, and the CAC 40 in Paris up 18. Combine that with Asia, you've got what, 5 markets up, only 1 market down. That's the Nikkei, putting pressure on the upside in our futures, and that's what we have here. Dow futures up 65, S&P futures up 1.75, NASDAQ up 1 point. Now, here's the key takeaway here before we get into the news. Be very careful with the open today, okay? It's going to be a flat open, and we're going to have to make some decisions. So watch the triple Qs, watch the SPY today as we open things up. Target in the news, shares plunging 15% after Target, the discounter cuts the forecast, posts the biggest earnings miss in 2 years. So not great news for Target this morning. Delta Airlines forecast more sales growth in 2025 due to some high-end information. And Comcast to spin off cable networks as subscribers flee the bundle, right? They're going to, just like what we're doing, going to just internet and Wi-Fi signal, and then you're choosing your apps online. So that's pretty big here. And that's about it this morning. Like I said, really important to watch this open this morning because we are going to open up flat this morning. DVG's got his watch list posted. I've got mine on here. Let's say good morning to everybody here first, and then we will be ready to rock and roll. Lee, good morning to you. DVG, what do you say? Jim, good morning. Kev, good morning to you. Vivian, good morning. Martins, good morning. Carlos, good morning to you. Steve, good morning. David Orlando, good morning. And Scott V, good morning here in the room. Let's talk some stocks this morning, get you prepared for the day. This Dolby trade looks great this morning, probably over 79. This is DLB. Again, I want to watch this here closely here as we open things up here. DLB this morning, DLB long this morning, over 79. Again, that SMCI still in the news here this morning, just because, like DVG said, just because they have an accounting firm doesn't mean that they have things fixed here this morning. So we'll watch that here on the side. The other one here on the short side is Powell, P-O-W-L. I have not traded this stock before, but I like it to the downside here, under 270, P-O-W-L. APP looks good. Hood, breakout high of the day here for the, let me pull this chart over here. Breakout high of the pre-market here, 77.20. Yeah, 77.20 to the upside here. That's an upside breakout. I love the way the chart forms, even though it is high of day here, long 77.20 on Hood. And then TGT to the downside here, anything under this 128, which is already where it's at. We'll watch this. Any move higher here on TGT could be shorted here. We'll just have to put a line in the sand. We'll do it at 128 and watch this thing go. Last but not least is Keys, K-E-Y-S here, and that is over the 166. K-E-Y-S over 166 long. K-E-Y-S long 166. Okay. There's that. There's the post. We are ready to go this morning. We've got about a minute and a half. We'll get DVG in here and get DVG ready to go.
Good morning.
Right.
Morning, 44 Trade Nation. Hope everybody had a good day yesterday. I know I ended up printing a red, but got some money back from Microsoft. Thank goodness on that one. But let's see if we can turn today a nice green day. I'm watching AV to the upside, Target obviously to the downside. Bad, forward guidance on the earnings. Really just kind of horrible there. NVIDIA reports tonight. Snowflake reports tonight. Palo Alto Networks reports tonight. So I'll be keeping a very close eye on them as well. Worth noting, geopolitical tensions continue to grow. This market could get kind of tricky here, so I'm probably going to be utilizing those put options as we have before to downside movements. Seeing if the Qs or the SPYs spike a little bit this morning and might build a position for identifying some potential longs. MSTR, absolutely rocket shipping this morning, so definitely going to be keeping an eye on that as well. And to Aggie's point, I'm keeping an eye on Netflix. Where does it top out? It's hard to short all-time highs and just moved even higher. So I'll be keeping an eye on that. Maybe there's an opportunity for a pullback to go long. But again, I'm going to be cautiously optimistic, excuse me, given the current geopolitical tensions. So definitely trade safe. We will open in just a moment. Good luck, traders.
Yeah. Okay, traders, here we go. Here's the open right at 9:30 Eastern time. Let's have a great day today. I'm also watching Netflix on my other screen here. All right. There we go. All set to go. Like I said, watch the open DVG. We're going to have this this mediocre open here, kind of flat, and then we got to look for direction here. VME WSM. Let me take a look at it. Oh yeah, good. I'll keep WSM up here. This is what it looks like here. We got very little volume, but a nice gap here, 137-ish, all the way up to 170. Is that a buy? That's not a buyout, I'm sure.
All right, Joe, I was moving kind of quick. Didn't want to talk over you there, Scott. Building those put options here on the Qs. Short right now in TGT 127.50. I'm also building a potential long position here in AVAV. I want to see a 205 print before we start moving on it. I thought for sure I'd get filled at the open, but I didn't, so that's okay. I'll be keeping an eye on AVAV. See if we get a pop here. I'm going to add to TGT under 127 here in a moment. There we go. I'm going to add here, TGT. Excuse me. Might get a better chance on an entry here on AVAV. So cancel the 205. We didn't fill this morning, but I don't mind this pullback. So MSTR moving. All right, let's keep it on Netflix here. Tesla looking pretty good here at 345. Let's keep an eye on that as well. NW just kind of trading sideways at 390 right now. Amazon pulling back pretty sharply here. I'm going to add some more probably on TJT if we get another break here below the low. So let's call it 126. If we do, I'm gonna hit it for another half share size here.
Well, just like I said in the pre-market, that hood trade was awesome here on the breakout of that number. And what I'm going to do here, my first trade of the day is probably going to be a DLB. I'm just looking at the I'm looking at the spread right now, and it's $1.25 on DLB. So I'm going to take that one off. Not going to get involved with DLB unless it comes down. Well, here we go. It actually is coming down. So I'm going to plug it into 76.50 on DLB long. DLB long, 76.50. This stock has got very little volume, so be careful here.
Let's see what
stock right now.
If we break below 178.20, I've got an order out there. The downside, waiting for it to come to me. Watching the Qs here, I'm going to add to these put options. I think there's news of an additional missile being fired into Russia right now. I'm trying to find it. Don't quote me on that, but NVIDIA pulling back really sharp now. No fill on Google yet. Big pull back on NVIDIA. I'm going to add to the put options here on the Qs.
Okay, big move now on DLB. Again, the DLB trade here at 76.50. We're printing 77. Target's going to be 79 on DLB. Sketchy trade to start the day here.
Big break now on the Qs. I like it. I'm going to keep holding these put options. I'll pay myself here in a moment, but
watch keys here. Also KEYS. I'm going to repost keys. KEYS long this morning 167. I'm sorry, 168 on the breakout. 168 on the breakout. Watch keys for the entry.
Moving my entry to Google short at 178.50 instead of 178.20. See if we get filled here. Keep an eye on target here. Looking for that break underneath 126. We do, it could break pretty drastically. If it starts to hold here, obviously we can trim up and move out of the way. But look at Netflix, guys. 885 now. MSTR 476. Tesla having trouble with 345. Might be that's a pretty ugly candle right now. Here we go. Here comes the break on the Qs. I'm going to do one last add. If we get a 501 print, I'm going to take 3/4 off. Tesla now breaking down.
Nice.
See what it does here at this 342 level.
He's still in a DLB trade. Watching keys. Keys entry 168 on KEYS.
Okay, looking for a 501 print on the Qs. We're going to probably get it here in a moment. Hopefully we don't bottom out here, but target, nice break here. Let's see a 125 print any moment. Getting partials ready on all my short positions here. Google still no entry. I think we're about to get it though. Watching Apple as well. It's moving higher, which I think they're trying to dismiss the DOJ case, but I don't know. So we'll see what happens with that. Qs right here, I'm going to take a little bit off. Leave some in case that 501 becomes a reality. Target, nice break into 125. We'll get a partial ready here as well. Just waiting for that candle to complete. I want to see a little bit more red, a little more panic, and let's see what we can get out of that. We're in on Google, short. Here comes the break now on the Qs, guys. Be careful. That's heavy. Tesla looks great for a short now, 342. I missed it. I was talking about it earlier. 342 break would be a nice move on Tesla. So let's see what happens there. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? No complaints there. Waiting for the Qs to break down now. SPY's breaking down. Be careful, guys.
I'm going to go into keys here at the 166. So this will be early, and then we'll add at 168 this time. Keep an eye on this.
See if I can catch here on Meta. Okay, we're in on Meta as well now. So we're short Meta, short Google, short Target, short the Qs. Didn't get filled on AV, but here's a nice break on Meta. Let's go. Pulling up AV right now. Good. I'm glad we didn't get filled there, but might be interested down here at this 194 print. See what happens. Big pullback, guys. Big pullback here. I'm going to take a little bit more off on the Qs. We've got plenty of size here. Let's see if we get a run on Google here and Meta. TGT. Don't want to be greedy, but if this 125 breaks, I'm going to take probably 3/4 off. Guys, watch out. SPY's getting heavy. Looking at 586.12 on the SPY is where I think the next retreat's going to be. I think Q's maybe test that 500. And if it breaks 500, then 497.80 becomes a reality.
Watch 166 here. I'm going to be coming along keys right here. 166.
Beautiful breakdown now on Meta. Come on, Meta. Give me a 557 print one time. Google moving really slow. 195. All right, I'm going to see what I get filled in at right here. AV market order. Let's see what I end up with. It'll be a build position to the upside. Oops. Well, there's a break. Hold on. 194? Sure. I'm going to put it up there for 194. Continues to break down. Guys, here comes a break on the Qs. Here comes the break on Google. Here comes the break on Meta. Still getting some more on TGT. We'll take some off the TGT here. I'm going to wait for Meta to break 560 now. TGT, let's go. No order on AV, guys. And get filled. If I see a 500 print on the Qs, I'm going to hold just a little bit longer, not by much, on the put options. We made a nice, pretty penny on those today. Guys, MSTR pulling back to the VWAP. Let's see what it does.
I'm just going to pull the keys trade off here. No trade on keys. KEYS. So the only thing that I'm in right now is DLB. Target 79 on DLB. No trade on keys. DLB. Only play that I have.
Just took a partial on Meta, guys. I'm gonna wait for Google. I mean, I'm only up like 40 cents on it, so I'm not gonna get too excited. But TGT, we just took some more off there. A beautiful trade there. MSTR breaking down sharply, guys, big time. Gosh, 465 would have been a great short. Oh well, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Let's see. Wow, guys, big pullback. Find some shorts. MSTR would have been an amazing short play there. I kind of like Apple short here, 228.80, but you guys know that I'm not supposed to trade that for a while. Got to cool off on that one. Big break now on Meta. Let's see if we get a 557. That's my real target. I'm not going to be super greedy, but I'm in the right play, I think, right now. So I'm going to wait just a little bit longer. There's 558. Come on, a little more, little more, little more. Okay, taking a couple more off here. The Q put options here. Huge payday on those. I'm gonna take some off of Meta. I'm still gonna wait for Google. I would like to see, mid 177. Let's get a point at least. It wasn't the biggest trade, but that's fine. Still have my AV order up at 194. Let's see if we get filled there. Not quite. Nice breakdown on TGT. I'm gonna take my final partial here at 123 and change here in a moment. I like the selling pressure, so I can wait just a little bit longer, but I don't want to be greedy. I want to let the runners do their job and not risk anything. We're in on AV, guys, long. So I'm going to take more off of TGT here. I'm going to let the runners dance. Getting ready to take majority of my position off of Meta here. Should be almost done here. That 557 print would be amazing, guys.
Yeah, good for you. I'm telling you what, I do not have a trade other than this DLB right now. And I know DVG's posted a bunch here this morning successfully. The only other one that I missed really was TGT. Market open this morning. We're red across the board.
Qs. I'm going to take a couple more of the put options off here. I'll leave like 5. Guys, huge morning for me so far. Huge morning. I'm going to take, I'm going to let runners dance, autopilot on Meta right here. I really wanted a 557 print, but I'm not going to complain. Decent trade, make 3-4 points on the thing. Why not? Google, I don't think I'm going to take a partial. I'll put my break even just over the VWAP, so give it 15 cents for my entry. That'll be like a small winner or a small loser on Google. We're up a point on AV. Get MSTR. What a monster. Huge dip. Went from 480 down to 457 and now bounced to 472. If you guys want to, play some roulette today, there's your stock. Oh my God, that thing is moving like crazy today. Yeah, Chris, I don't think it'd be dumping. Like, again, 586 retrace is healthy still. You start breaking that 586.12 area, like, yeah, then we're giving back what we saw, all the gains from yesterday. Only saving grace, I think, today is going to be NVIDIA. So I'm watching it at this 145 level. We'll see what it does. But again, markets are retreating here a bit. If we see a big red candle right now, guys, look for names like Apple or Tesla or Meta to short. Because
that level of moving at all.
This level of buying behavior is retail. that selling that we just saw this morning, that's all institutional. So if they're getting out of the way and we're getting these little bounces, there's probably a bigger leg to the downside here coming. If we break the low of day here on the Qs and the SPY. So we might start dumping here, Chris, if seeing this pullback on Apple, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Hopefully, maybe some of you guys took that trade. I'm watching Netflix though. I mean, I really want to short this thing to get like a nice anchor on a position that I can maybe hold for a little longer on the short side. I mean, I own Netflix in my portfolio, so I love the fact that it's up here, but I just, it's not a huge position to be fair. Wish it was like, 10,000 shares. That'd be amazing, but unfortunately, that's not the case. If we see a new session low, guys, it should be a big red stripe. Here we go. Thank you, Google. Waiting on Google.
Yeah,
Again, I want to see at least a point. Let's get at least 177.5 out of this thing, or we take a partial.
Yeah, my DLB trade this morning is at the is a long trade, right, on DLB, and we've got this thing. I think 79. We should get to 79. Entry here 77. Gonna add at 78, and we'll should be on our way here.
Yeah, Amanda. So I would like on AVAV, you're exactly right. Because it's so spready, you need to use limit orders on stocks like this, and be careful of your sizing. So I put an order. I saw it break through 194. Right, the close was right here, right at this like 195 area. So I was originally okay with buying it up at 205. Thank goodness we didn't fill because it backed off 10 points. But now I still like the trade here. Because it kind of stabilized yesterday in this area. If it breaks significantly, I can afford a couple points to the down. But if you're not familiar with what these guys do, they're in like the drone business. And if tensions continue to rise, I have a feeling that they're going to likely be a benefactor in that space. So this could be a day trade, but it could also be a little more long term. Just depends, right? Like if we start to crash downward, then yeah, I'm just gonna get out of the way. But I could potentially swing this for a week, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. If I see a 205 print today, like yeah, we'll probably take a partial and let the rest run. Getting ready to take a partial here on Google, y'all. We wanted 177.50 target, get that 1 point. It's close enough for me. Close enough for me. So I'm going to take some off here. TGT is absolutely just falling off a cliff. MSCR now breaking out. Oh my God. That's wild. That is so wild. 20 points to the downside and then back up another 20 points. Wow. That is unbelievable. All right, that's an ugly bar for those of you that are bullish right now. This bar on the Qs is not a good sign. I should get my 557 or more on Meta today. Unfortunately, now it's kind of, I don't want to say it's autopilot 100%, but it kind of is. We've made our money on it, and I'm happy with it. But continue lower, we'll make some more money on it. Be great. There goes Google. Technically, if you held on, could have got that 1 point target, but I don't mind. We took some off. Now that one's on autopilot. TGT's on autopilot. And I'll probably take a little more off Meta here in a moment. Someone was talking about coin. He was talking about coin. My only concern is this level of buying in MSCR. It's kind of concerning.
Okay, here comes DLB finally. Full share size trade over 78
I really think
now.
Bitcoin
Watch.
could get up to 112. If you look at a longer duration, we had a nice cup and handle form over the last, I don't know, couple months. And that level of move, if you measure the top of that move, is about like 110, 110,000. I think it's got a shot at it. I don't know. Would be wild if it did. Guys, TGT's at 121 now. Autopilot. I'm going to take a little bit more off TGT right here. It's a huge trade. I'll take it. As Q's just printed a session low. Another one. There comes our
Come
move
on,
on
DLB.
ABAV finally. I'm going to put a sell, like half of my position up at 201 on ABAV. If someone wants those shares, they're for sale. Come and get them. Well, I will say we're on them today, Scott. Yesterday was a little tough for me. I took a kick in the teeth yesterday.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm on it too, but I've only had really one trade so far, and I'm just waiting along. I missed the hood trade in TGT this morning. I know you took TGT to the downside. That's been great. I'm going to switch out Powell up here with coin. Yeah, this looks good here on the breakout.
Yeah, I like the fact I was able to add to some of these moves to the downside. Meta was a little short to the
Absolutely.
to the ads. I wish coulda, shoulda, woulda was a bigger position, but who knows, right? I have a target in mind, kind of looking at price action, looking at this step up and rejection. But I'm not complaining. 559, 560 average, basically on a 2.5 point, 3-point move. I'll take that. MSTR is just unbelievable, man. Wow. Up 13% today. And by comparison, coin is up 3%. I'm watching Tesla like a hawk right now, potentially for a short or a long. Right here at this VWAP, watching the rejection here. 342.66 is a level I have marked for whatever reason. I think, once upon a time, just looking at some of this stuff. But I have 342.66 marked, and it's interesting. We tagged that 1, 2, 3 times, and it happens to coincide with where the VWAP is, more or less. So I'm watching that level. If we start pushing that 343 area and get some confirmation, maybe a long. Shout out to Jim, who just absolutely nailed Tesla the last couple days. Shout out to you, Jim.
Okay, traders, here we go on the DLB trade again. We're about 25 cents away from going full share size into DLB long.
I'd hate to put an order out there at 342.60 and then have it be the high. So I'm watching Tesla, right? We've got a few put options left on the queues. I'd argue that's probably, TGT was my trade of the day without a doubt. It took a decent size, added on the way down, added on the way down. Meta was okay. Google is such a slow mover that, we're making money. I'm not complaining, but the put options right off the bat just tanked. And to take 3 points on option trade, that adds up pretty quick in your favor. So Hopefully some of you guys are able to take advantage of some of that. I still think there's more to take. I got 5 left. We'll see what happens. I'm watching Netflix. God, it's so tempting. It really is to short this thing way up here. And the Qs are right at the lows. SPY just print a session low. Netflix is pushing 880 something. Like,
Okay, and I'm going to take this coin trade here. If we get to that 330 one more time, I'm going to take it long on 330. Small share size to start 331.
Sorry, Jim. I tell you what, you'll probably get me on this one, but I'm going to build. I'm going to put it out there. 342.50 short on Tesla, and I have a very tight stop loss, 30-cent stop loss. I'm actually going to build that position here right now. And if I get filled, 30 cents is what I'll give it. That's it. On days like today, looking at a stock like MSTR. Hey guys, look at that. We just got to break down a new session low on Meta, 558.
You watch the coin entry here.
Not
Coin and DLB. Waiting for the coin trade to come in.
I may not get this Tesla fill, but that's okay. Hey, Google's under 177. I'll take it. Let's see if we get a little more. Netflix now at 880. Bummer. Oh well. I think Aggie was looking to short this thing too, but you know, where's the top? Who knows, right? Very tempted to hit MSTR now if markets do retreat. If they retreat. Trouble there's oh, you know what? I can't mess with MSTR today, guys. It's too big of a mover for me.
No trade on coin.
Here comes 176 on Google. Good, good, good. That's on autopilot. I'm going to take a tiny piece off of Meta here in just a moment. If we don't print another session low, which I think we're going to get it because we just got in the Qs. We see a break under the 500. I'm going to wait till about 498 to take 3 of my put options off on the Qs if we continue lower. If not, I'm going to happily trim up and get out of the way. AV is a snooze.
Okay, watch the entry here on coin. 330 entry long.
Come on, Meta. Give me a 557 print, would you? Well, here comes the Qs. Let's see if we get a real breakdown now. I'm looking, like I said, about 498. Around there, I would take. Several more of these put options. All right, here comes the break under 500. If it happens, it should be quick.
No trade on
Unless
coin.
buyers decide to show up here, wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, Jim, you'll probably end up taking my shares, man. You're talking about Tesla, right? Yeah, I'm trying to get in just before that 342.66 print that I have marked up. And maybe we overshoot a tiny bit, but if it gets over that 343, I'll get out of the way, man. So you can have my shares, assuming I get filled, which we're not quite there yet. Guys, we just broke under 500 on the Qs. Oh boy, 557 print on Meta. That was the deal. That was the deal, guys. We got our target. I'm gonna take a little bit more off right here, 557 print. Now that's autopilot. Same with Google. And then TGT, I don't know what to do with that. It's already kind of on autopilot anyway, but I might get it here on Google or Tesla rather. Okay, we're getting close. Getting close. Looking for a 342.50 fill. See if we get it. They're up for sale up there. Let's see if anybody wants them. Ta-da! It's also a build position on Tesla, guys. So if it tears, to the upside right here, I'm not going to be too hurt by it, right? So I'm even tempted 3, 4, 3, right around here. So if we start moving much higher than this, I'll just get out of the way. It means buyers are getting exuberant. That's fine, right? But I kind of wanted to see this overshoot. Now I want to see a big rejection. And if I go back through my 342.50, I'm going to nail this thing for a half size position.
Okay, traders, again, the coin trade, we are in the coin trade long right now at 330.
Okay, getting ready to add on Tesla, guys. Here we go. Adding. Let's go. Big break now. Big break now on Tesla. Here we go. Come on now. Here, this should do it. Topping tail like that. Maybe we see a little battleground, but I need to see confirmation of sellers right now. AKA, I want to see a new low of day in 1 bar on Tesla. Look at Meta go now. 557. Here comes 556 any moment. Jim, I hope you didn't go long. Uh-oh. On Tesla. This is exactly what I thought was going to happen. That pop and push higher. Now, granted, it could still turn and burn, right? It's Tesla. I mean, look at MSTR today. Oh man. I don't know if Aggie can hear me, but if you can, look at Netflix. Hopefully, you took that thing short under the VWAP. But I was watching 885. Was watching other stocks in the meantime, and look at that, 10 points to the downside. Guys, I'm looking for a low of day on Tesla. I want to see it break before I take a partial. So new session low, looking for a 339 print. Horseshoes and hand grenades. If we break the low of day, awesome. If we don't, I'm happy to take a partial right here, a couple points.
Okay, DLB looking good. Again, target's going to be 79 after the 78 add here to full share size.
Q's new session low. I don't like that the buyer's showing up here on Tesla right now, but that's okay. Here come the sellers on Tesla. Let's see if the bulls show up. Yep, we're seeing some buyers show up, stepping in on Tesla. Here come the sellers. Oh man, this is a battleground here, huh? Jim, smart move. Yeah, it's pretty wild today, that one. I'm looking again, SPY being lower, Qs being lower. I'm counting on Tesla moving lower. So for those of you guys wondering why, I originally put a 342.66 was area I marked on my charts, and I figured put it up there at 50, maybe risk a point or something. I don't know, but it was a build position, and if we started to break down through my initial entry, we'd add, and that's exactly what we did. And now we're 2 points to the good, but I want to see a little bit more.
Traders, I've come out of the coin trade with a loss, COIN coin trade with a loss.
Rule number 1 is pay yourself first. So we're going to get
DLB
ready to
coming
pay
up here.
ourselves on Tesla. I don't see a new low of day in this candle. I will take, maybe half my position off here on Tesla. Need to see a low of day here. Come on. There we go. There come the sellers. Come on, y'all. Take some off of Tesla here in just a moment. 3, 2, 1, break. Come on, come on. Q's printing lower. Still waiting. I want a session low. Okay, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there right here. Close enough. Right there. Right there. Bingo. All right. So we've got Meta now on autopilot down at 556. We've got Google on autopilot down at 176.5. I think I'm just going to get out of Meta. I'll let Google run on autopilot. AVAV is also on autopilot. It's getting rejected by the 200 EMA. I want 201. I think I'm going to get it on AVAV. And it probably will happen today, to be honest. But TGT, I don't know. I can leave this one alone and not have to worry about it too much. MSTR, I mean, if I had the nerves to short that thing at 485, I mean, I'd be crushing it on that stock today. But it just whips around way too much. Guys, getting ready to take 3 more of my contracts off the queues here in a moment. We're getting real close.
Wow, look at coin DVG.
498 is kind of target. Yeah, it's a big break, man, on point. And I'm surprised though, like, it's not a deeper drop. If you start laying MSTR, coin, and Bitcoin all on top of each other on the same chart, it's really interesting to kind of see where the deviations are, and it's pretty drastic. So it's kind of like, okay, well, if one goes up, the other one should go up. No, not always. It's kind of bizarre. It used to be that people would use MicroStrategy, like basically short MicroStrategy and buy Bitcoin. So it's like your hedge. And so when I see it moving higher, I'm like, well, they're not selling Bitcoin. They're buying more Bitcoin and buying more MSTR. So what's going on there? They usually had like an inverse relationship, and now they're like completely in lockstep. So it's just kind of interesting to see behaviorally what's happening. All right, guys, I'm going to take 3 more off the queues here. It's good enough for me. Huge day, guys. Took a little bit of a haircut yesterday. I call it the swift kick in the teeth. Went 0 for 3 yesterday. Today we are 100% green on every single trade. 100%. That feels great when you're batting 1,000. Scott, you were batting 1,000 yesterday, weren't you?
Yeah, yesterday and Monday we're batting 1,000, and now I'm 0 for 1 this morning. The only thing that can help me out here is DLB hitting 79 because coin took my money to start the day here.
Yeah, I'm going to leave TGT to just, I don't know, how low can it go? I don't know, 118, 112, I don't know.
Yeah, let it go.
Same with Google. Google can 174. So I'm letting those 2 positions grow, but they're small, right? We're out of Meta completely. So if Meta drops to 550 and we get that big break I've been waiting since Monday to get, bummer, but I can't complain. We still have half a position on Tesla. I'm watching it here, seeing if we can actually shatter that floor for the day. Let's see. Where's Chris? Yep. Where's Chris at? 586.12, right? We just broke that level, and overshoot is normal. So when I talk about these levels, seeing it, we talked about Tesla at 342.66. We talked about SPY being at 586.12. You're going to see if it breaks through there, it's basically saying like, hey, no one was waiting for that level. We'll go through it. And then if buyers come back through that level, I call it a needle and thread. It's not a formal name. It's just something I came up with. We're literally like, you see it burn through that level, find some area of support, in the overshoot, and then come back through there and then find, you know, a sideways price action or some stabilization, consolidation at 586.12, now you know that that is a real level and that people are going to buy up at that level. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start, you know, bobbing around here, but if we break lower faster, yeah, this market's got some pullback. Guys, Tesla.
Wow.
Tesla.
DLB traders again, full share size now, target 79 DLB.
Guys, I'm up big on Tesla here. Let's see if we can get. You know, I'm going to take another half off, so I'm going to leave a quarter of my initial size position. So remember, we started small, we added half, nailed it here towards the bottom, took a big partial, left half, just took another, you know, half of that. So we're left with a quarter of our initial position. And I don't really mind hanging on to this for a little bit. You know, if it starts bouncing and I get out, you know, somewhat break even, fine. On the remaining shares, I don't really care. Let's go. What's Amir saying? Winning buckets, losing spoons.
Yep.
That's what it's all about. Yesterday, again, we took a loss. We made some back with Microsoft. For those of you guys who remember the trade. But I was kind of worried yesterday. I'm like, you know, decent red day. And like I said, Microsoft helped make up, you know, soften the blow a little bit, but still red day no less. And then you have a day like today that literally pays for 8 days like you had yesterday. That's what it's all about. And Monday was a huge day for me as well. So, you know, winning buckets, losing spoons, y'all. Tesla now at 337. Let's see. I mean, 332, 330. I don't know. Huge, huge, huge.
Well, I'll tell you what, DVG, if I've taken on a down day, I've got the only, well, that and keys, the only stocks that are up today, and I am long DLB. So
Yeah, sure was, Mark. I ended up getting out, you know, that 557, 556 area. So it definitely has some more downside. So it goes back to what I talked to you on, like where I'm trying to grow as a trader is letting them grow when we're in that position. You know what I mean? So TGT, I'm doing that. Goog, I'm doing that. And the only reason I'm doing that is they're like not as big of a mover as say like Meta. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to lose 3, 4, 5 points, even on the runners, which I get it. I'm still in the plus, but mentally, I'm trying to overcome that. So again, I'm sharing kind of my, you know, I don't want to say fears, but my even sometimes I call it sometimes my doubts, right? Like, look, it just broke down to 554. I wanted a break to under 550 on Monday. You guys remember that? And it literally held on to 551, 550 and change. And we ended up having to trim out of that position. We made a little bit of money, but not a ton of money. And today, good news, we made some dough. Bad news is if I see that 550 break today, I might get a second chance to short it again, which my entry will be a lot, you know, less advantageous, we'll say, as my initial entry. But that's okay. Like I'm, again, trying to grow as a trader, been doing this a long time. But it's something I'm trying to even get better at because usually I'll take my money and go. I'm really good at that part. Now I'm like, hey, coulda, shoulda, woulda. You know, I left 20 points on the table. What was it, Lulu? Who was that, Mark? I think it was Mark. We were trading Lulu the other day. shorted it, took it for like, 12, 15 points, something like that. I'm like, oh my God, I'm a hero. And then it dropped another 20 points. So, all trying to figure out as part of this importance of journaling, looking at your trades, identifying like, not that, oh, I wish I could have done this, should have done this. No, it's like, okay, well, a healthier thing I could have done there would be to trim here and let it grow, or VWAP reverse add if I'm still in favor on my initial position, as an example. So it's kind of being able to grow from that perspective. SMCI is pulling back too. I don't know. I had it I had it on one of my screens somewhere. Let's see. Hey guys, one of the ones I was watching too is Amazon. And I wanted to see how it would behave in conjunction with TGT. And look at Amazon today. Big pullback, telling us maybe the retail side of the house, maybe the consumer's not as strong as we thought. But there's a lot riding on NVIDIA tonight, y'all. Make no mistake. That 150 level is a big level. You get above 150 and they prove that they've grown into earnings and have continued to grow into earnings. There's your most valuable company in the world. As long as I keep seeing session lows, I can keep the Q put options. But the way that they move, the initial move, you get closer to your target. I took the 503s, right? But that initial push away is when you're going to get the biggest alpha on that trade. So ideally, you want to see it spike, down sharply and then get out of the way of some of that position. So I only have 2 left now, which, that's fine by me. But going back to what we talked about, what I don't want to see is, gamma and theta kick in here as the later it gets in the day. And the closer we get to that 503 number, the less money I make, obviously. But it becomes pretty drastic around 11 o'clock to maybe 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was supposed to look at SMCI. I didn't. My bad. I was looking at Amazon instead. Here we go. SMCI. Yep.
79 target DLB. I'm not apt to, really take a short down here towards the bottom. I'm looking possibly at a hood trade, HOOD, at 36.40, and I think that's going to be my next post here, 36.40. Hood. Small share size to start here. Well, actually bigger share size because there's not a lot of movement on it. So it's going to be a hood trade, long 36.40, if we get there.
I'm watching NVIDIA right now. Trying to figure out what smart money is trying to do here. 143 level, 143, 142, and 139. Tempted to go long, but as long as I'm seeing the Qs at the bottom, I need some validation that there is a bottom there. Like I can't use MSTR as a guidepost because look at this thing. It's back up to 481. It was just at 460 a moment ago. Is anybody trading MSTR, by the way?
Wow.
Unbelievable, this thing. Amanda, at this point, so you're talking about TGT, right? So my entry was at 128. So I've already paid myself all the way down along the way, like partial, all the way down. So realistically, my risk is 0 on this trade, because with the share size I have, even if we go back to my entry, I'm not going to lose a cent, because I already paid myself on the way down. That's, rule number one, at least in this crew, in this community. Rule number one, I'm not even going to say it because I've said it so many times. I need to make a T-shirt out of it, but it's important, because that, for me, it takes the risk off, right? If I'm starting off with, let's just say, I don't know, 500 shares, and then I hit it for another 1,000 shares, I hit it for another 1,000 shares, as an example, right? And then I pull half of it off of there, or 3/4 of my position off. Guys, we got a nice break on Tesla now. Let's go. Let's go. All right.
Right down the toilet here.
If it failed, what the risk would have been? Oh, I see what you mean. You're saying if I got in at 128 and it popped and ran me over. So a lot of people use R, like, make 3R, 4R, 6R, whatever. For me, I just look at a lot of like key levels. So as an example, I knew 130 would have been my ideal entry. When I saw that right out the gate, we started rejecting at 129 print, I'm like, well, let's see what 128 looks like. If we get over 129, I'm out of there. If we break below my 128, I'll add to it, right? So for me, it's more about price targets. And I use points a lot. So like, say, for example, if I started with a position, let's say, I don't know, 300 shares, 500 shares, and it moves a point in, against, I lose $500, right? But I know if I take a trade, let's say, for example, in Google or Meta with that same quantity or more, then, I'm looking for 2 or 3 points or 4 points. So for me, I don't really like, it's maybe non-traditional because a lot of people talk about R a lot. I don't. I just look at it more from a price action and price level. Like, let's say, for example, 129.10 started printing on TJT and it held. Like, if it spiked up there and it stopped, I'd still hang on. Kind of like what you saw in Tesla, right? I was looking at 343.30, 343.50. It was kind of like, I'm risking a point to make what, 7? R value, guys, what would that be? 7R, right? If your risk was $1 and you make 7. So I don't really use it that way, but you could kind of break it down that way. For me, I just look at price levels. So if you look at the high print today on TGT, 129.06. So if I saw 129.10 and then I watched level 2, right? So if you don't have level 2, make sure you do, because you can look at what's coming in, what's the size of the orders, where those price, if you start seeing the buyers stepping up and moving closer to the ask, and the ask moves, naturally it'll move higher, and then you see those buyers jump ahead of those buyers, or sellers rather, you're gonna see price move higher. So you want to get out of the way of that. But in this scenario, I was looking at what it did, obviously, after earnings. Got the sound bite of the earnings. Their forward guidance was terrible, like terrible. And naturally, you're going to see a little bounce, consolidate at 130, which if you look at previous numbers, previous days, 130 just was kind of a level. I'm sure people were buying in around that area. And then if you throw a VWAP on there, and if you use the EMAs and SMAs that we use, as soon as you see a crossover of a 255 while price action's moving lower, it's likely going to break. And we saw that during earnings. So for me, it was like all the stars were aligning. I'm like, 130 print would be ideal. So I wasn't afraid to risk a point and then add to my position if it went in favor. So hopefully that helps. I know that's a lot, but does that make sense, Amanda? Or is that too much? I don't know. I'm going to take a little more off the Tesla here, guys. So I think we're going to try to find some support here. I'm looking at an anchored VWAP on Qs from the highs, and we just bounced off the anchored VWAP from the highs of the SPY, like literally exactly at the anchored VWAP. So we're a little bit below it on the Qs right now. So maybe we find, I'm looking at NVIDIA maybe for a long here. I liked it at 143, but let's see. I'll eyeball that one because we know they have earnings coming out. Also looking at PAN W now. I'm gonna get rid of Meta since we already got out of that one. See what's next. All right, let's see what NVIDIA is going to do down here. Wow, sort of. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if we still have that record. Amanda, are you new? Not sure I've seen your name here before.
Traders, we just got the DLB to kick it now, coming up to that $79 area, 20 cents away on DLB. Remember, full share size trade. This will get me back green. Once we approach that and take out the 79, that's going to be great. And then Hood has got me in. I'm long Hood and long DLB right now in this down market.
I like NVIDIA here, guys. Let me see what it does in this 143.50 area. So, Amanda, first and foremost, for the 44 Trade Nation, let's give a warm welcome to Amanda. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you. Appreciate you joining us. So there's, I'm not sure if Clifton, you still have the video where I talk about kind of some of the indicators that I use. That would be helpful, Amanda. I don't know if you've seen that, but Clifton, if you have that, would you mind reaching out to Amanda and sharing that with her? If that's possible. I don't know if we still have that recording or not, though. And if we have time later on, Amanda, normally we wrap up. We used to be on here like all day, but the reality is it's like, around lunchtime, Scott and I don't traditionally trade. Let's be honest.
Right.
Maybe we'll trade. We definitely trade the morning session and occasionally trade afternoon sessions, unless there's like big news. That's like Jerome Powell's making an announcement or something, at noon or 1. We'll probably stick around or come back and rejoin for that type of session. But fundamentally, it's typically about maybe 2 hours, I would say, Scott. Right, about 2 hours in the morning. Kind of
Yeah,
what
absolutely.
we're trying to do here is 11 to 11:30 ish Eastern, and we kind of call it a day, typically around then. But in certain instances, like we'll go into overtime, and you can even ask the community. Sometimes I bore them to death with my analysis of things, and I always like to know, like, if it's of value, cool. Then you guys help me share what you guys think is important or what you want to learn about. But if it's not relevant, then we won't talk about it. But at the end of the day, Amanda, like, welcome to the community. There's a lot of great traders here, really are. So highly recommend, as you see people posting, find someone who kind of is stylistically kind of how you trade, and make friends here. It's a good group. Guys, I talked about NVIDIA, and I was going on a rant, and I missed it. Did anybody take NVIDIA? 143.50 area? Anybody? Target would be 144.40 first partial. If you got in around there, so about a point to the upside. You did, Ed? Right on, man. Good. Happy to hear that. You want to see buyers step in. If you see that 144.40 print, obviously, what's the old disclaimer, guys? Where's Rick? Where's Rick when you need him? Cue the disclaimer, right? We're not here for financial advice. We share simply opinions. It's your money. Trade it how you want to, risk it how you want to, lose it how you want to, win how you want to. But at the end of the day, we're here to share kind of the passion that we have for being in this business. I work on this probably, I would say, 6 hours a day at least, amongst other things that I do. I research quite a bit, read all the time on this stuff. But Scott, how long between you, me, Amir, Aggie? What would you say? At least half a century.
Yeah, years experience.
Years of experience.
I know
Yeah.
Aggie's been trading for 20 plus years. I've been trading for about 30 years. And obviously not as a single job, but starting off like that, just dabbling and then getting into it full time. So yeah, I would say a ton of time. Amir probably 15, 20 years, and then yourself. So quite a few.
Yeah, I've got about 12 years.
Yep.
12, 13 years. Pay
It doesn't
yourself
take
first.
too much. I mean, yeah, pay yourself first is one of the best things to talk about. I mean, I always preach it. DVG talks about it now. Um, again, you don't go out of business by paying yourself first. Even if you miss in the way that we teach is, you know, if you have a stock and you have a target of, let's say in Hood's case, 37.40, and it gets to 37.20, and for whatever reason you feel a little jittery, take the excuse me, take the money off. Pay yourself first. And then you'll learn over time to start to put your targets and why the volume matters and why certain time periods matter and why certain levels matter and so on and so forth. So again, you'll get a hang of it as you trade more, but the key to it is the key to winning in trading is survival. There's no question about it. You can't
Amen
trade
to that.
tomorrow. You can't trade tomorrow if your account goes away today. You can't make money next month if you don't have an account. So if you don't survive on a daily basis, then you're not going to be in the game for a period of time. So that's really the key. Pay yourself first, survive the next day, and then learn along the way. And I'm starting to stack up some cash
All
now.
right.
I got 30 cents to go DLB.
Dimitri,
26 cents.
Ed,
Yep.
Shout out to the two of you. What I mentioned, that 144.40, we'll probably see some sellers stepping in and around here, unless they get a proper scoot here. But there's yet another trade, guys. I wasn't able to take it. Unfortunately, I was doing what I'm doing here, but that's okay. I'm not mad about it. I'm happy some of y'all took advantage of it. So Ed, Dimitri, hopefully y'all took a little more off here at this 144.40. If you get full blown follow through and blow out above the VWAP, hey, you're off to the races, man. It's they're reporting tonight on Nvidia, so could it do 147? Could it do 149? Maybe, but this is kind of where you can either A, let it grow, or B, make, like, depending on your risk factor, right, or what you can tolerate. Make that decision, but ensure that you pay yourself first. So congratulations on that trade, y'all. I might get out of TGT. Just, it's such a small position now that I don't really care. I paid myself on it pretty much. I almost think of the analogy too, Scott. Tell me what you think. Maybe analogy, metaphor, what have you, is sometimes if you order a really big steak for dinner, right, you can eat until you're full. Doesn't mean you have to eat the whole steak in one sitting. And I think of that kind of, the idea of partials is exactly that. If you get majority of a move and you pay yourself, you have leftovers, which is great. But at the end of the day, like, look at Nvidia. That was like the perfect call out, guys. At 142.50, or sorry, 143.50 was kind of where I was watching, right? So good for you, Ed. Awesome. Dimitri, shout out to the both of you. Awesome. Way to pick that one up.
Yeah, I mean, you got,
Huge
and
move now.
it's really coming into, it's really finding yourself as far as being a trader. Now, a lot of times it's not going to, you're going to look back and you say, oh my God, Hood went up another $1 after I got out. I should have captured more of the move. Yeah, you should have, but that's learning. But you're not going to go out of business, and you're going to survive, and you're going to be here the next day if you take profits along the way. That's why we always say pay yourself first and then go from there.
Indeed. The gym. It cracked me up, man. Trading is stressful enough. Last thing you want to do is get that. Too late. I'm actually trying to spruce up my workout regimen again, which has nothing to do with the holidays. It's actually because of the holidays. We're supposed to be going on a few trips in the new year, and I'll talk to you guys about it as far as like a new chapter in life. Probably going to hang up racing for a while as we focus on kind of a couple other things, but traveling is definitely one of them. South America in February. Pretty excited about that. I'm going to probably dump Tesla here, the rest of it. Guys, good news is we took advantage of almost that entire move. Almost the entire move. Took off money in the 336 print, took off money. Actually, no, 336 I got twice. I didn't quite nail the bottom. I thought we'd get a little more follow through in that 335 handle, but that's okay. So Amanda, back to your question. I would say I'm a point chaser. I don't know what else to call it, but I like to look for points. So dollars at a time. And depending on the size of a position, that kind of determines, how much I win or lose in that situation. MSTR guys approaching 500 bucks. Unbelievable move on MSTR. Mimi looking at TGT 124. Look, Mimi, I'm kind of with Ed on that one. I mean, I was short it, right? But I just could you find buyers here? Sure, but that forward guidance wasn't the best. So can you get a point or two to the upside? Sure, but based on the price action today, look at the volume, right? Of that volume, so on average, it trades 4.6 million shares a day. Okay, today it traded 29.25 million shares. And pretty clearly sellers, right? So some of this could be, covering shorts, right? Because anytime if you short a stock, you have to buy it to cover, which moves the price higher, right? So in that situation, like this could be shorts covering and, just moving the price action higher. And there's someone else waiting to drop another 10 million shares. You don't know. Right. So I wouldn't, that's kind of going counter trend. You totally can. It's your money. Do what you want. But there's plenty of other stocks out there that are, I would say potentially better option that are showing some strength. It's your call. I'm watching Palo Alto here. That 385 level has always been kind of a key level. Now just popped to 386. So I think we're going to see some buyers step in for what's reporting tonight. In fact, let's look at snow. Pull that up. By the way, I still have my position on AVAV, but what a snooze. The thing is just, not getting too excited over it. Yeah, I'm coming out of Tesla all the way. All out Tesla. And I'm probably dump these put options. I think we're going to try to move higher. Let's see what the attempt looks like. Looking around. Of the two, I would say between Snow and Palo Alto, I would probably choose Palo Alto. Reason is, if you look left, last 1, 2, 3 days, right into earnings, we've kind of creating a nice footing here at this 385 to 387 level. We broke just below it today. I have a feeling we're going to see buyers step in on PanW. Surprised to see only 793,000 shares have gone through that trade for the day. Even if they have earnings tonight, kind of surprising. How's everybody doing today, though, y'all? What else are you guys keeping an eye on?
Traders, real quick, I'm going to come out of 3/4 of the trade here on DLB right at the 80 mark once we get there. So close to the 79. Just not going to sit here and babysit the stock with no volume. I'm still long hood, full share size now, target 37.40.
So Ed, quick question, and Dimitri, the two of you who took NVIDIA, do you still have runners left? After you took your partial, are you still letting some run? Ed, yes, good. Carlos, okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Small share size. That's cool. You took it all off on the VWAP. Okay. Cool. Cool. Right on, Dimitri. That sudden downward move in the market really got me. You talking about here at the open, Carlos? Yeah, I wonder. I don't have time today, but and then I'm gone Friday, but maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Clifton, maybe you and I could connect. But and Scott, I want to get your thoughts on it too. Maybe we just do a kind of like a mentoring session of some kind. Um, might be a repeat for some of you guys just to understand levels. I know we're growing the community, we get
Like
some
an
new
open
folks, but
forum, yeah.
maybe we can find some examples.
Yep.
Yeah, like an open forum, like, hey, what why are you looking at this or that or what have you? If that would be helpful. Who knows? Maybe it won't be this week. Maybe it's next week. I don't know, but
Yeah,
that would
let's
be
set it
helpful
up
for the
next
community.
week,
Y'all
yeah,
let me know.
because I've got the move coming on here, and I've got to. I'm going to be involved, plus stand here in the room. So select a day next week, and
Okay.
let's do that.
All right.
And let's you and I get together, DVG. We'll get some info or some curriculum for the room at that time.
Okay, that works. Opening up a few minutes earlier to explain how you're thinking about your trades. I'm not sure I follow. Ed, you talking about like?
In the
I think
morning.
what Aggies opens us up. What time? I think like 8.
She's here at
8:30,
9, 8:50.
8:50. Yeah. You have any advice about ways to save on taxes and avoid capital gains? Mimi, find someone that specializes in this business.
Yep.
So you could call around, or even I'm sure you could use search engines, what have you. But you'll know pretty quick. You'll know pretty quick if they're like, oh yeah, hey, I just want to file my taxes, and they're like not privy to day trading rules, parameters, wash sales.
Yep.
Wash sales is the big one, and that's kind of how you can kind of decipher like when you talk to someone. So I would say look for Google, like, hey, what great tax companies or firms, whatever. That's definitely part of this business, and you can get in trouble quick. So
No doubt, right?
Ed, yeah, that's not a bad shout too. That's actually what I did first. Now I've messed that up because I moved to a state that taxes you for everything. So let's see. Florida, Texas. What other states have no income tax?
Wyoming, I think.
You
need to move to one of those states.
Montana, maybe?
Yeah, I think it is Montana.
Moving from Florida to California. Oh no.
Ed, you know all about it then, right?
Ed. Yeah. Well, he got it the opposite way.
Yeah, right.
I imagine in Florida you did fine, and then you went to California, and you're like, wait a minute, what are all these extra? I got to pay what now?
Yeah, but they live in the best weather around.
Jim, exactly. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, he moved to Florida. Right on. Right on. Nothing wrong with California. It's like my home state. It's changed quite a bit since I lived there, though. Guys, this NVDA trade, bummer. Look at it go now. 147, 100%. It's going to happen any minute. NVIDIA. I can't take it here though. It's just like that weight of that move right there. That's a breakout move. So we see a big strike, right, which is where it sounds like Ed and Dimitri got in, right at 143.5. We've got a nice retest, consolidation, push higher, right, up to that 144.40 level, which is what we've been talking about. It consolidated there again. Technically could have entered there as well. But now this push, I mean, the close is all but inevitable. So 147, I think, what was it, 147.02 maybe? Was it just under 147? Guys, watch Palo Alto Networks too. I think it's going to start emulating NVIDIA's behavior. Might have missed an entry here in the 385 print, but I don't know. I don't like the volume. The volume is pretty low. AV is kind of in the same boat, low volume. I don't mind hanging on to it though. Maybe even for a swing. We'll see. Jim. Yeah. Ed, Northern or Southern? Andrew, hey, no, we appreciate you, man. We can't. The only let's be real. Like Scott and I don't really need to be doing this, but we enjoy doing it because we want to share our passion for this business, and it maybe in turn helps others, right? Kind of not to make it a sob story per se, but like, hey, I wish I had an opportunity to learn about trading when I was like a lot younger. I mean, I started pretty young, but if I knew what I knew now back then, and fast forward 12 additional years, like, man, it would have changed A, how I trade, and B, how I invest, etc. I mean, I'm very fortunate that I was smart enough to at least invest money back then and try and dabble in trading. But as a result, I'm sure many of you guys can attest to this. When you just get started trading, one thing is for sure: it's a matter of when you'll lose your money. I've definitely had an opportunity to blow up a couple of accounts. It happens, unfortunately, but the idea is if you can get educated on it, in this business, and treat it like a business, you can make an amazing income and, more importantly, an amazing lifestyle. So, with that, seriously, when I say I appreciate y'all, Andrew, I promise you, I really do appreciate all y'all being here, being patient with me. I know Scott and I took a chance on this to roll together, and it's you guys have been gracious welcoming me, so I definitely want to make sure y'all understand how much I appreciate that. Guys, we just talked about 3 stocks that are reporting tonight to keep an eye on them. Take a look at Palo Alto Networks, PANW. Take a look at Snowflake, SNOW, and look at NVIDIA. You see that pop? Bingo. Oh, you lived in Central, Ed? Right on. You guys helped me so much. I started listening 2 years ago. You guys, oh, right on, man. Thank you.
Awesome.
Happy to hear that. And how many times I didn't see, Jim, what you mean by that? Sorry. And how many times? Vincent, yeah. Vincent. We gotta get Vincent a shirt one of these days. 4 kids. Jim. Right on. Guys, I only have AV on right now. We got out of Tesla. I missed the NVIDIA trade. Google, I'm out. I think it was like a nothing burger move. Can it move lower? Sure. But we're seeing a nice consolidation here on the Qs around this 500 level. Let's see what it does. If it starts rejecting 500, maybe we get another leg lower. Definitely be on the lookout for that. But if we start pressing that 500 pretty strong, I mean, up we go. And then for those of you who were watching, I think earlier I mentioned 586.12. Watch for the overshoot, what I call the needle and thread. Look how we broke through that beautifully. We came back up, tested that level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. As soon as we got over it, we broke out. So there's your keep an eye on your SPY. Who was that? I'm trying to remember. Was it? Who was talking about tanking this morning? So Carlos? No. I'll find you. Hold on. Chris. Is he still here? Yeah, Chris. We talked about that 586.12 level.
Traders, DLB finally, now I can take another half off of this. $79 coming up on it, 2 cents away DLB, and I'm out all shares hood, HOOD. A couple more pennies here on DLB to feel good about this trade.
Well, Andrew, we appreciate science teachers. My favorite, one of my favorite subjects was physics, actually. Studied quite a bit of physics. Math, without a doubt, though, was my strong suit. But math, physics, you know, they kind of go hand in hand. Yeah, actually, I don't know. Can you grab that? Do you mind if we use that soundbite, Andrew, as a shout out, like, you know, on our site or whatever?
That'd be cool.
We appreciate that, man. It's an awesome testament to that, yeah. Ed, you're all out of NVIDIA. Cool. Great trade. Been here since the old room in a few minutes earlier to explain how you're thinking. Jim, one and done. Cool, man. Right on. We'll see you tomorrow then, yeah. It looks like we're getting a couple requests for showing up a couple minutes earlier to explain how we're thinking. Scott, what do you think?
Yeah, maybe we could dial Aggie back 5 minutes, start earlier, and then you and I could come in at quarter after. And I mean, I feel like we do that right now, but if I'm missing something, then let's get it repaired and let's kind of work towards what everybody wants here. One of the things that
definitely.
Yeah, one of the things that comes through my mind here in talking about all this is, you know, again, our philosophy here at 44 is really to trade the market so that we have the ability to do other things, and that's why we're really focused on this morning session. You know, kind of bring you up to speed in the pre-market trade this morning, couple of hours here, which allows you to really fulfill your destiny on the other side of trading, which means, you know, you don't have to be chained to a desk and say, hey, I'm a day trader, and all the stuff that you see on YouTube of people that are out there, you know, with the latest and greatest computer, and they're sitting in front of they're sitting in front of their computer all day long and saying, hey, I'm a day trader. Hey, listen, using day trading and trading in general to fuel the rest of your life is really the way to go. Don't sit there and say that, hey, I'm missing something by not being in front of the computer. Use the computer and trading as a tool to be able to do other things in life. If you're passionate about trading, sure, get into trading, but don't get into it all day long and burn your eyeballs out here by staring at the screen. It's not healthy. It's not good for your mental health as well. So mind, body, spirit, and a caveat there, I'm just coming out now. All but 100 shares DLB. I've just turned my day green with the DLB trade and the hood trade, so that's a big help. Okay.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, I'm with you on that, Scott. Like trading all day. Like you just saw Jim, right? Jim hit his trade. He's out. He's done. He's gonna go on to whatever's next. I'm with you on that. Like for me, I think the big difference, like unfortunately, I do spend a lot of screen time, but it's doing a lot of research and learning and growing and understanding, you know, other aspects. So say, for example, like there's certain names in my mind, if I can learn something about a company or an industry or sector, it's of interest to me. So say, for example, like AV, normally that they're not really on my radar, so to speak, as a thing to trade, but I happen to know that they're in the drone business. There's also a few others, but God forbid something keeps, you know, if tensions continue to rise, I have a feeling that they're going to benefit from that. So we'll probably see that stock move higher. Now, granted, does it move today? Maybe not. Who knows? Maybe it goes and it retreats. But I'm willing to risk a little bit of dollars there, and then doing the research on the company. You know, what are their margins like? Who are their clients? What's the profitability look like? What's the future guidance look like? So understanding fundamental analysis and things of that nature, like I get it. I met a few folks, excuse me, a couple friends that I know, like, oh, cool, you're a day trader, right on. Oh, so you just like to gamble? And I'm like, this is you know, there is risk associated to it, sure, but there's calculated risk here, and the idea is if you're just blindly clicking for the sake of trying to win, it's a casino mentality, right? Versus going, hey, look, like here's a level, I analyze this, here's why I think it's important, here's a level that I think it's going to break out, here's my target. Now you're putting together a plan, and if your plan doesn't work out, that's okay. How do you learn and grow and adapt to those plans? So that's how you become a better trader. And after sharing with my buddy who was asking me that question, I'm like, well, he's like, hey, have you heard of this company, NVIDIA? I'm like, yeah, I trade it like every day. What are you talking about? And he's like, hey, yeah, should I buy some or this and that? And I'm like, yeah, if you want to invest in it. But if, what I do is I look for 2 to 3 point moves in a day and take advantage of both directions, whether it goes down or up. Whereas most investors, you buy it, set it, forget it, which is totally fine. But when he heard about that, he's like, I started talking to him and he almost just like, man, that sounds really boring. I'm like, hey, what you do for a living, he's a vet, right? Veterinarian. And I was like, that to me is boring. No offense, but I couldn't do it. Like, first of all, I get, squeamish around blood anyway. So, but anyway, it was kind of fun to see his face just kind of go pale. Like, oh my God, that sounds terrible. Price action and moving averages and Bollinger Bands and all. Like, what are you talking about? I'm like, well, that's what we're doing.
Yep. Different strokes for different folks, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You leave at 11 every day. Right on, man. It's cool. It creates discipline too, right? Like we try to be out of here till 11 is kind of the earliest. 11:30 is kind of the target. Right now, there's not another trade out there that I'm watching Palo Alto, Snowflake. It's kind of whatever. There was a big volume push right as they're about to announce their earnings. They mentioned something about AI in a some news post. So some algo probably picked it up and popped it $2. But that's why I don't really like Snowflake as much. I'll wait till after they report it to trade it. But I think Palo Alto's got a good shot here at this 385 level to move. I don't know. Let's call it maybe 388 to 390, maybe. Kind of like this 3-day consolidation here. What I don't like is they still have to report. So I don't want to hold it into earnings, but it might be a trade worth considering. So I'll keep an eye on it. NVIDIA, I mentioned 147 target. So you had 144.40. You get a push over VWAP, hang on for the ride. Look at it go. I'm telling you, 147's inevitable.
Looks real good.
In fact, your favorite stock, Scott, Tesla, looking kind of good here. It's below the VWAP, but if you get above that VWAP, Q's now moving higher. SPY's trying to push higher. I think let's see what the SPY does here at the VWAP.
Yeah, that VWAP line looks really tempting here to go long the stock here. I'm just not too sure that this market is going to help us out. I mean, Dow's down what, 227, 22, S&P down 28, NASDAQ's hurting a little bit, down 117. So really not much day. We kind of covered that in the pre-market today, where you got to be careful at the open today. And we're going to watch this thing either follow through or not.
Yeah, I'll keep it out on things just a little bit longer. Again, the only position I have now is AV. We got out of the Q puts. We're out of Google. We got out of Tesla actually, off that bounce. So we got out a while ago on that. But An awesome day. Missed the NVIDIA trade, so glad a couple of y'all took it, but MSTR guys up at almost $500. Yikes. Glad I didn't mess with that thing today. I hope Aggie shorted Netflix today and made, what would that have been? 20 points almost? 15 points? Here goes NVIDIA, 147. Ta-da! Yeah, so I'm just gonna hang on to ABAV. I've got most of my position up for sale at 201. So no worries. Ed, cool. Lots of earnings coming out after hours. Should be a good day tomorrow. Have a good one. Yeah, we do have a few. The big ones though are NVIDIA, Snowflake, Palo Alto Networks, Jack in the Box. It's kind of the big four I'll be keeping an eye on. I don't really trade Jack in the Box too often, but it's interesting to see kind of what consumers doing. You know, if I'm going to choose one of the QSR quick serve restaurants, it's going to probably be McDonald's. Frankly, because Warren Buffett owns like a ton of that. Tomorrow, let me look at kind of the big highlighted names for tomorrow earnings. We have Baidu reporting before the open, John Deere before the open, BJ's, Warner Music Group, and some names I don't really trade that often. John Deere would be interesting though, and Baidu might be interesting for the China stocks. And then after the close tomorrow, Intuit, Elastic, Gap, Ross, NetApp, Copart. That could be interesting. So Copart puts out a lot of data, so be keeping an eye on Carvana. So CBNA, along with Copart, after they report after the close tomorrow. So it'd be kind of interesting to see what they do tomorrow. In the spirit of you guys are asking, get a couple minutes early, but I'm not sure you guys if you caught how I was doing that. So knowing Copart is tied to the automotive industry, what's a stock that I want to keep an eye on in that industry? Well, Tesla, yes. Toyota, sure. But who sells them all? Carvana, right? So they're kind of more the consumer facing. Copart's more of like for dealerships, along with Cox Automotive. So they do like the Manheim auctions, etc. So again, understanding that space and knowing like, hey, if Copart reports good or bad, there's probably going to be sympathy plays on other names, i.e. Carvana or Citigroup just downgraded target to neutral. Price target to 130. Not good after almost 33 million shares have traded hands in that stock today, and most of it has been to the downside. I would argue almost all of it. What's going on, Martins? How you been? Guys, what a miss on NVIDIA. It'd be 3 points to the good right now. Oh well. Oh well. Glad some of y'all took it. Well, I'm gonna put the kettle on and make some tea. NVIDIA looks fantastic, guys. I mean, the close is inevitable, so if any of you guys are still in that trade, definitely take off some more of that trade around the close. I would recommend, right? Cue the disclaimer. But every time I say that, I should just have like an auto paste. Just here, let's see. Cue the disclaimer. Bam. I'm gonna build an AI or something that just automatically posts it every time I say that. Labor market inflation as well as expected. Consider lower assumed policy rates towards neutral if inflation progress slows. Data suggests disinflation is still underway with labor market. Interesting. Oh, NVIDIA. Make me upset with that move. Watch, it's going to be a big green stripe any moment. All the way to the close, it'll overshoot and then sell off to where the close is at. And you'll see buyers probably step in around that level as sellers start dumping their position from the trade they took today. Right around that level we talked about, 143 to 143.50. Anywhere in that range was good. Minimize your risk because you knew your stop would be bottom of the day, which is 142.73. So you would be risking less than 80 cents to take on 3 points. That is a healthy trade right there. Well, man, I'm not sure if I know, not trying to pick on you, but as you're new and kind of hear how we talk about trades, etc. But the reason I was watching NVIDIA is knowing that 143 to 143.50 range, I knew was a level, namely 143. And we were talking about that earlier today, 143, 141, and then 139. It's kind of those $2 increments. So seeing it bottom out at 142.73, if I get in at 143 or 143.50, worst case, I'm out 80 cents, right? So meaning because I would have my stop loss right just below the low of day. That makes sense. So watching Netflix if you want. Yeah, okay, cool. Mark, I like that shout out. Yeah. Big, huge pullback, and then a nice bounce back to view up. That shows me that that's a pretty healthy. People want it at that level. Blown away, you know. It's hard to short stocks that are at all-time highs, right? I was very tempted all morning. 888, 889, 885. I was looking at it the whole time. I'm like, man, it's an expensive stock. You get it wrong though, that could run you over pretty fast. So it sounds like you're looking at it to the upside, Mark. No, short. Aha. Okay, cool. Yeah, I can see that too. I'm watching MSTR right now. Like I've been watching that all day, and I'm like blown away by the level of movement in that stock. It is crazy today, guys. Like this pullback in 2 minutes, we went from $497.88, so 3 minutes, and now we're at 483. So 15 points, 16 points in 3 minutes. That's such a huge move. What is that, like 4%? A 4% move in 4 minutes. Yikes. Tell you what, though, if you get it right, you stick to your guns on paying yourself first. You can make a fortune on that thing today. Unbelievable. I dare not touch it. It worked hard for my trades today. Even how tempting it is, I won't touch it. Mark, what are you thinking for an entry? I imagine you're waiting for a retest of the VWAP here, more than likely. Mark, how long have you been with us? You've been with us for a while, haven't you? Oh, since okay, cool. Right on. So you're probably waiting, I don't know, maybe that 479 and a half-ish. Yeah. Martin's. I'm gonna try to mark that. I think Clifton might have marked it for Scott. I don't know if he's here right now. Netflix, yeah, you're talking 879, right? Yeah. Stop probably at least 2 points. You gotta imagine your spread's at least $1. You know, spread's 90 cents right now, but it's probably if you start pressing that level, you're probably going to be moving to at least $1 spread, right? No, trust me, I was watching that. Like I said, man, I was watching Netflix all morning. Like, do I get in here? Do I short here? It'd be totally a hero trade. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, I was in TGT, which was like a very easy trade, very straightforward. You know, question was like, well, when is the avalanche going to happen? Now or now? Where is? I haven't looked at Meta since I took it. Let me pull it up. Let's see what's going on with it. Yeah. I would say that was a winner for us. Right? Took the sled all the way down the mountain and then it bounced to 560 on the dot and now rejecting. That looks pretty nice for a second chance to short right now, actually. I like coin here, 315 downside. Let me see what it's doing here. I'm gonna pull up level 2. Let me see how much is moving through here. Ooh, that's tempting. That's very tempting. Keep an eye on it. Might be better off doing meta here, though. Let's see. Good. Giving me a chance for a better entry maybe on coin. Maybe. Pan W, too expensive. Not enough volume for me. Not going to trade it. So I'm going to pull that one off the list. I'll keep it on watch just because it's coming into earnings. Obviously, be watching Snowflake, NVIDIA, and Palo Alto into earnings today. But watching this Tesla tag the VWAP and reject. Netflix did the same. Coin has been kind of weak today, like compared to MSTR, right? I mean, MSTR it looks like a Mount Everest forming. You know what I mean? And coin is just kind of slipping and sliding to the downside here. So do I get a second chance on meta? Maybe. But keep an eye at the 560 level. If we can't breach it, I might take it short. But if we get above it, might be a chance to go long. Let's see. Which we don't do. I shouldn't say we. I don't. Meta has one direction. Just got a phone with Schwab. What? That's interesting, Mark. Yeah. Well, that could be time to move houses, man. You know what I mean? I think next year I'll be moving platforms more than likely. I mean, I've been with the platform I'm on now for so long. It's I would say just familiar, but the reality is like I'm paying extra for a bunch of other tools that technically some of these other, you know, brokerage houses they kind of provide for you. Like the big one that I was looking for was like buyer and seller imbalances, and brokerage house I found they just it's like crystal clear. Here it is. All right, watching coin here. You can go either way right now. Let me see if I'm going to put 320.11 out there. I hear you, Mark. Yeah, that can be frustrating. 320.11. Oops, took a type. Short position. It'll be a build. So if I get run over like right away, fine. I'll give it like to the VWAP, or I should say the close. Technically, that's kind of where I want my entry to be, but I just don't know if we'll get that high of a bounce. So we'll see what happens. Goal will be to crash through the low of day. I mean, I'd like it even right here to short it, but I don't know. I don't want to give back anything today, but it looks good right here for a short on coin. AV is such a slow. I'm going to cut that position in half. It's just slow. Get out of that. There we go. Give me some more ammo on coin here. And potentially meta. We'll see. Meta actually looks really good for those of you guys who like, meta to the long side. If it can get through that 560 print, it should take off, but yeah. Mark, yeah. Okay, yeah. I'll pull up Netflix here. Okay, there it is. Yeah. I missed coin, guys. I'm gonna cancel that just because if I get a bounce up to my entry, then there's no way that's not gonna go higher. I was hoping we get a little bit of a bounce up to my entry, but right now it looks like that thing's gonna tank. Cancel coin. Okay. This is about the slow time of the day. I'll keep an eye on Netflix here. I'll hang out with you guys for a little bit longer. We've got to get to an appointment here at noon. So at noon. So I would say the biggest letdown for the day for me, AV. That was supposed to be more of a swing trade anyway, but we just took off half the position. I really don't care if this thing goes to like 190. It'll be a real small loser at that point. But thought we'd get a little bit more of a move. We didn't. It's okay. It happens. I'm watching Netflix with our friend Mark here. I don't know, man. If that grabs a hold of 880, that thing's gonna rip. But see what I'm finding fascinating too, and I think Mark, to your point, even with the brokerage houses, like some of these setups, like there's a lot of games that are being played, especially if you look at like technical analysis and you're watching 1 minute charts, like namely for retail traders and stuff. Obviously, big houses have algos in place, high frequency trading capabilities that none of us have really. But for all intents and purposes, this Coinbase trade, it should break to the downside right now. Like high conviction. But what you see happen is like, magically people just start showing up just enough to get people excited, like, oh, it's gonna break, and then it doesn't. It's like what we saw on Meta on Monday at that 551 level. Remember, I was like waiting for that 550 break, and it did for like half a second, and then just bounced and went nothing but up. Like the little games that they're playing are kind of, they're tricky, but it could get you in a lot of trouble, especially on a name like Coin, where it moves, $2-3 in a blink of an eye. There's not a lot of stocks that do that.
Okay, traders, I'm going to call it a quits right now for the day. Just up $442. The streak continues. Didn't start off the day fairly well. We talked about in the pre-market about not having a clear direction. We went to the downside. DVG nailed that to the downside. I was long a couple of stocks. One that got burned. Two nice trades to the upside now. Hood and DLB, which continues. Just 100 shares left of that now, over 80 bucks. I'll release that and be done for the day. I'll see you back tomorrow on a Thursday session, and we'll get started with Aggie at 9, and then DVG and I will work into getting something together, getting you maybe 5 minutes early, and we'll do a tag team to open things up during the day as we plan for the day each and every day here prior to the market opening, selecting the stocks, the direction, and talking about the futures to come. DVG, thank you so much. Traders, I will see you tomorrow on a Thursday session. Take care. Have a great rest of your day. God bless you. Godspeed. Talk to you later. Thank you, Clifton. Thank you, Aggie.
Yeah, Scott, thanks. I'll hang out for a couple more minutes, but I'm kind of right there with Scott. I'll be calling it a day here shortly. Tesla's aiming lower. SPY Qs really not showing conviction to the upside. So I wouldn't be surprised if we chop around sideways for the majority of the day, maybe a leg lower, maybe. Guys, I'm watching Meta right now. This might be my second chance here. 559. No, you know what? We already banked some profit. Maybe I won't take that trade. Looks great for a short now, if it can hold this level. 559.45 maybe, somewhere in there. If it prints, I'm not taking the trade, but if it were to print even a dime over 560, get out. That would be my cue the disclaimer. Let's see. I'm watching Netflix with Mark. Moving kind of slow now. I'm so tempted to short MSTR right here. See if I can get like 10 points out of this thing. Let me just take a gander at something. Hold on. Nah. Don't do it. Don't do it. What? Absolutely no way. No way. That can't be right, is it? It is right. All right. So, in the spirit of what you were talking about, Mark, let's put some perspective on this real quick. So, MSTR currently printing a 475 price, right? A at the money put option for one is $3,200. $3,200, and it expires in 2 days. There's so much premium baked in that thing. You know, at the money on a 475. Let's see what other stocks are on that price. Let's see. Let's get some perspective here. Actually, I could even use Meta. That is at 560. Let's see what that looks like. So Meta at 560 is a $600, you know, $6 for a put option. MSTR is over 3K. That's so wild. So you got $2,500 of premium basically baked. Wow. There's some folks making serious coin in those options on MSTR today by just selling them. They don't even have to, you know, buy them. They just sell them on either side. Doesn't matter. You know, if you got like a 2 point. Yeah, actually, this could be an interesting setup. I'm looking at it right now. Give it like a 40-point spread. Sell one, buy one. Let me see. CEO of Goldman's talking right now. Y'all. Well, that's a heck of a comment. I love that, actually. So in addressing kind of potential deregulation, which I know Elon is pretty adamant about. He's like, listen, regulation just slows innovation. We need to get rid of some of it. I get regulation makes sense, but let's not let it get in the way of growth. So, well, what's interesting is like, hey, look, like deregulation is not a bad thing if we're focused on growth, but not a good thing if we're focused on slowing that. But here was the cool thing. Talking about standardization and stress testing. That would be pretty awesome for banks because it's not really standardized today. Guys, Tesla just put in a new low of day. And coin is on its way. Mark, you going for it? You going to go for Netflix? I'm so tempted right here, man. I don't know if anybody took that meta trade, but I think it's going to break now. The downside. Kind of at a key level here. You see it break under 558.20 and bank on a couple points for that one. Tesla, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Here comes coin. Oh, man, I'm so tempted. Let me see. Let me show you. Can't do it. Can't do it. That's too bad. All right. Well, listen, I'm not going to force a trade here, but definitely things look like they're trying to aim lower. Be careful. Coin finally broke the downside there. Let's see, maybe 305? Maybe? Let me look. Oh, yeah, 305 is definitely a possibility. Yeah, coin to 305 more than likely here in a bit. Well, I think that's going to do it. Don't really want to force trade. If anything, I may grab some puts here on the Qs and SPY, just as like grab a couple of them, see what happens. But look, great session today. Hopefully, y'all were able to take advantage of some of the trades and learn a couple things today. But like always, appreciate each and every one of you. I'll see all y'all tomorrow at the Open. Looking forward to it. Cheers. God bless.